I'm just gonna find another heads-up player now. Just doing a mix of 7 max PLO preferred and PLO and no limit heads-up. Right now my roll is somewhere around 3800, so I'm gonna do 100 and 200 NL and PLO depending on the opponent and whatever the action is and the availability. So since there are no tables open right now, I will have to start challenging some regulars, preferably the ones that have more than one table. Those are often also the best ones, but it's just kind of, I'm challenging those because maybe a little bit out of principle, like they're more, how do you say, they sort of owe one table to to someone else. So I'm just gonna I'm having a look right now if there's any regular, and yeah, and there's Tina Lucci at 100 NL. Just for the action, and just gonna, when challenging regulars, I'm gonna start at a lower stake. For the challenging, I'm pretty much gonna hover between 2 stakes. Like I said, depending on the action availability, but also maybe on how I'm feeling or how I'm running. So maybe when I'm running low, I'm playing a little bit of the lower level. When I'm running hot, I might take more action on the higher level. I think that makes sense. At least a little bit. So yeah, I found Tina Lucci now, 100 NL, and you know, someone just asked if I am short stacking. Well, I like to learn or play all stack sizes. I don't mind playing short stack. I like to know all kinds of stack sizes. You know, I'm always doing study sessions in GTO Wizard afterwards, and I just like to learn about all kinds of different stack sizes, not just 100 BB. Let's see. Need to. I'm a little bit confused here. I'm figuring out with the stream. I saw 100. I'm actually gonna 3-bet this on 100. It's a little bit shitty timing, but. And again, you don't see the table. See, I'm quite a noob with this still. I'm really a noob with the streaming thing. I need to just figure out how I get this in view here. Yeah, you see it now, I think. Yeah, okay. There it is. Yeah, it should be about right. Okay. 47, I'm just gonna do 2 BB or a check. I think I can see bet this, but it's pretty close. I'm gonna check it. This guy seems pretty tight. I'm just gonna open it here in PLO. And I just noticed that, but even though I have a healing blood blister in my mouth, I can still talk okay right now. I should have probably c-bet this actually. I saw a low number 26, but this guy is tight. I can even bet this for protection and blocking the straight, but I'm trying to play a little bit balanced. Like I want to check this on the flop sometimes. I had a low number, so I went for the check. But again, like against you know, a nit, could probably just go ahead and bet the flop there, especially with the ace of spades and whatnot. 17. Yeah, like I am. I need to get an RNG that just shows on the table instead of every 2 seconds. Otherwise, I will have to declare it to you every time I'm using a number. And I will do that for now. But this is just an easy call on the turn. And not so pleasant on the river if he shoves, but I don't think we can get away from this. He's probably just gonna have. Yeah, I don't think we can get away from it. I think we should call. Kind of sucks. Yeah. I really didn't want to call there. I really had a bad feeling on the turn already. Whatever. But and again, you know, I think this is. I think we can call this. I think we can also relatively high frequency raise. 45 again. Like this is not a great hand to see bet. I'm just gonna check it back on 45. 12, definitely check. And 27. Yeah, so like I said, if I don't have any tables, or if I need action and there's no open tables, I'm gonna have to challenge regulars. For that, I will choose the ones first at the lower levels that are holding two or more tables. Sort of out of principle, oftentimes those are also the best regulars. But again, like I don't mind. You know, this is yeah, on 12 I'm gonna check this. I can definitely also value bet it, but I think there's checks there on 12 again, like. And you know, when challenging those regulars, I'm gonna buy in short. I don't think I want to really bet this one. I'm gonna buy in short, so they are more likely to give up their table. Because of course I don't want to always challenge the best regulars. You know, I'd rather play fish. This is a heads-up challenge where I'm gonna try to rise in stakes. So it's a tactic for them to, you know, maybe be annoyed, or them not being too experienced with short stack play, even though I am studying it. Like I said in GTO Wizard, and so I may, at least at one point, I may have, I may be better studied than them in short stack play, so I may have an edge over them at least at one point if I study enough over those regulars, and they are more likely to give up the table. So 94, I think this is gonna be 3-bet, like a small frequency 3-bet on 94. Mostly call. It's very important the short stack play here that yeah, obviously that we're limping, you know, that we're limping a lot with the ante, and a lot of regulars, they just don't limp, and they're not used to limping strategies, and so they often just keep their strategy of raise or folding pre-flop, open raising or folding, up until a very low stack level, which is not necessarily bad, but up until a level like under 20 BB, I think it becomes pretty mandatory to start limping. And I am also using the RNG all the time. Like I've studied some pre-flop solutions with GTO Wizard. This is kind of sucky actually. I had a low number. I may actually gonna fold this. It's a very sucky hand, but it's close to almost all three uppers. Like shoving is a little bit ace deuce kind of sucks, but that's not even too bad if he's over ISOing. Calling it's very close to calling, or but you know, if I have a 4-bet, like a re-raise strategy, not all in, then ace deuce is actually a pretty good option too. But while I'm challenging them, while I am challenging them, I should also look out for some open tables. Yeah, and I don't want to, you know, yeah, I just have to find, you know, with this heads up challenge. Obviously, I just want to play a mix of fish and regulars. I like to challenge myself sometimes. But I also like to have a high win rate sometimes. I'm gonna go for the small value bet. I had a very high number, and I think it's relatively close. We still have the top pair. I think it's fine, and I think this is probably mixing value bets. And again, not everything I say may be true. I'm also not playing full time anymore. I think I have a relatively good knowledge, but not everything that I say may be correct. Okay, I have action on another table, so I'm gonna quit this guy. Now, what I find really annoying is that I always seem to forget when you know, if I started on the button or not. So I have to look it up. Find it a little bit annoying because it's kind of etiquette or something. Okay, I can quit on the button here. Action on the PLO action on another table. So let's take a look at it. It's too much going on. What happened here? I called the flop. You may be bluffing. This is a freaking shove sometimes. This sucks, man. I'm just gonna call it 42, but yeah, I think he may not believe me sometimes. This sucks. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm playing bad right now because I have a lot of action. This sucks. Yeah, I can quit on the bottom. I'm gonna quit this guy. The A7 was badly played. I just dealing with this other table right now. So. And again, with the A7, the ace of clubs, like if I had a very high number, I would also shove sometimes, and then fold sometimes, and maybe call is maybe not so great there, but yeah, I think I should give that one up there. Okay, now it's annoying also when I'm challenging regulars and they start winning, right? And they think they're better than me or something, and they may be less likely to give up their tables. But I had a lot of action. I wasn't really focused there, but that kind of sucked. Let's see. Do you see my? Yeah, you see my other table already. Okay. Now let's focus on that. That's also 1-2. And let's hope that's a weaker player, so we can have a little bit of a win rate here. This is close, I think. I'm gonna go, especially with the sort of the ace jack and yeah, I can go for the small value bet there. I can call by jack. I think that's fine. I think that's good. So switching to PLO right now, where limping is even more required. Yeah, I'm gonna mix this like I had a 1. 33. Yeah, I should probably bet that a bunch. Checking is also fine. And I'm less studied in PLO because I don't have all I ever used to solve. Let's see. I will have donks on this flop. I had 69. I'm gonna choose this to donk, especially the top set there. I think is a pretty good option. And now this is of course a great blank. So I'm gonna pot. So I've only been using Monker Solver for PLO. Of course, it's very slow. You're not gonna get a lot done with that. So I haven't studied too much PLO. Yeah, 69. Could check it. Could bet bigger. I like to. spot it actually. You know, we still have the double gutter and the blocker of the 9. So unless he has ace jack, which, you know, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't talk too much. Again, like I still feel that blood blister on my mouth and in the roof of my mouth. Okay, these are weak kings that under the gun. I think we should just fold. I think this guy isn't three betting too much, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna limp less. I think we can open this anyway. 95. Gonna go decising. I think we can definitely see bet this. We can also check it. Like, of course, we're not hitting. It's not a. Yeah. Yeah. We rather have some sort of club and. Yeah, it's I would also check that, want to check that a lot, but I think it's fine. Okay, 86. I wouldn't want to dunk this too much, I think. Maybe a little. Could dunk this actually. Could have dunked that. Maybe I should have dunked that. Can I actually go over the check? Make him bluff or value bet twice with an overpair type stuff, like call this. Yeah, I will just call this, and yeah, 96, and he could have aces, he could have pocket queens, he could have the bear 6, he could have a6. Are we being too nitty if we just call this? No, I think we're just gonna call it, and it might be. Yeah, I would love to solve that one. That might be actually way too nitty. Yeah, I think we missed a lot of value there, obviously. That was a little bit painful, yeah. That was a little bit painful. I'm gonna fold this. This is close, I think. He's betting pot. Yeah, that was painful. That was painful. Bear 6s and a6, and yeah, they can pocket queens and aces. He's still gonna check. Yeah, that might have been a mistake, but still, he's gonna have a lot of a6 there. Yeah, and again, this is just great blockers right here. We need to call this. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I think he has a 10. Let's see what do we do here? What do we do with this? Do we want to slow play? Alright. 4 or oh man. There we go. Yeah, and also buying short if I'm not saying I'm tilting, but if I'm losing, buying short also makes a lot of sense. Oh, of course, that can be pretty tilting. Like I think I don't tilt that easily, but of course that can be pretty tilting if he hits his 4. Like he only could hit a 4 there, so that is Could be tilting, but I'm not tilting. But again, like, you can also convince yourself that you're not tilting, and you still might be tilting underneath or something. Again, I think I could donk this flop a bunch, but this is not a great hand to do it with. This kind of sucks. And I think with the king blocker, I'm not sure. Like, small bet, still gonna call this. This is not too great. Yeah, I Jesus. Yeah. If you would have called the turn, he may have folded the river there, so. Gotta say, currently I'm not doing this too well. I just think like there's two flush draws there that we don't block. Like, he may just shove the turn already with, I don't know, a lower straighter set with a flush draw or something like that. You just have those bare king blockers, so it was a little bit, you know. I think we're better off just bluffing with you know, king with a straight draw and or flush draw blocker type stuff. But yeah, I got a couple tough hands after each other now, so I should go ahead and concentrate. I think I saw one. This is also a hand that I could check back, and pretty easy call right now. So yeah. This is oh man, and then 74. Yeah, I gotta call this on 74, but I'm so not happy with that. Blocking the queen, having the flush. Oh man, oh, is he not always gonna have that? You know. I guess I'm, you know, I just like to stay a little bit balanced, that I'm not completely overfolding. That's why I said at 74 and still calling, but maybe if I had 26, I would have folded there. You know, I like to be a little bit, yeah, not too exploitable. So that's why I often just use RNGs, even though I have a very strong feeling about stuff. I think I can just go ahead and pot this. I mean, I could be steaming actually because of that ace hand. Like it's. Let's see, this guy, probably a nit. I am actually going to fold this hand. Too many aces and we're completely crushed. It's a bad hand there. $35. I would fold this anyway, I think, but let me just say the RNG numbers as they come to me. Let's see, not good enough to 3-bet, I think, although pretty close, but the deuce is, yeah, this is I think still a call, but it's getting close. Yeah, I'm gonna call this. think this is such a great rundown that even though not double suited, we can open call it against an under the gun raise. And I might be wrong, haven't looked at 7 max solutions, but again, like even against 3-bet action, like we still have always good equity, especially multi-away. And yeah, I think we're at a very, very big downturn right now. But let me just, one. Whatever, let me just continue playing this guy. I have 56. Could start betting it. It's actually pretty close. 56. Yeah, what do we do? Yeah, I think it's close. I would check or bet this. You know, can also bet bigger, but. He's just thinking if he could get me off my aces or king right now, if he wants to check raise. Oh, he's losing, so he's probably not gonna fold to me, which may be true, you know. So, but still, even though I'm losing, I will still try to be balanced there in that spot, of course. So, like I was even mixing that bet on the turn there. So. 17, okay. I just 3-bet, so I'm just gonna find the range C-bet sort of sizing. Man, okay, so yeah, this is pretty easy check, of course. And again, I will have to balance this with, you know, pocket aces with the nut flush draw or something like that. I will cannot only have check folds in this spot. So I had a very low number here, but I'm gonna pure raise this hand. So yeah, this just sucks. But 66. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Gonna bluff open this. I had 100. $92. Let's see. Do we have small sizes? I think I'm gonna have small and pot here. I'm gonna go with small here on 92, even though I would also want to check this a lot, I think. But we still can benefit from false protection, you know, equity denial and all that, and we have a lot of great blockers. This I think, especially short stacked, is not going to be good enough to open on the cutoff. Yeah, I'm actually going to stop talking now. My blister is acting up again. I'm feeling it again. I need some water. I'm going to stop talking. And okay. I feel I may be getting a little bit tilted, but even if I'm feeling that, I still try to play good, you know, because I have a methodical game and that I rely on and that I'm confident about. But I can you know, I can tell that I'm a little bit agitated, and this is different than the A6 from earlier. This is definitely a shove. I mean, is it definitely a shove? I don't even know. Maybe I'm so tilted that I don't recognize that. Yeah. Still we're blocking the 4-3 there that he's gonna have a lot, and but we're getting absolutely crushed, that's for sure.
So dream away.
having quite a hard time, but I'm not gonna give up. This is my playing day, so I'm just gonna keep on playing this guy, and it's like to train my resilience to that respect. Again, it's a flop on which I think there should be donks, and so I'm taking a little bit extra time checking to him. I could see bet this, but again, I don't want to be blown off this kind of high equity hand. It's a thing. This is tough. I still think we need to call this. It's getting pretty tough, you know. And again, like, phew, yeah. Now I'm gonna check it back, but yeah. Sucks. That sucked. To be real fast. Oh man, are you serious? Are you serious here? I don't think we should necessarily fold here, actually, so that makes it really shitty. That makes it really shitty. You can't fold it though, I don't have a great feeling about it. I don't know. Seems like a pretty good table here, the 7 max one. That was actually very marginal on the turn, the call there, I think, but and I was considering betting the tens for sort of protection, but again, there's so many better hands that he could also still check back or whatnot. I should study more Monker solver preflop solutions that I have. Maybe actually share them on my site as well, the Monker solver preflop solutions that I ran for these games. It is so much to study, you know, so much to remember. But I know a decent amount, but of course I'm not perfect preflop. But I should study more. It's getting too marginal, I think. Yeah, well, this is definitely, if the board doesn't pair on the river, of course, this is a must call down having the 3 spades, so let's just hope he's bluffing here if he pots again with an ace of spade blocker or something like that, and otherwise we're gonna bet half pot. He looked so confident with that, yeah, okay, so that's a nice half pot bet here. And again, if he shoves this, easy call with the 3 spades. But I think I'm not saying I was tilting earlier. Of course, I had a very, very bad run. But I still, you still feel the, you know, what happens internally. I wouldn't call it tilt. So, hey, what is tilt? You know, it's what's the line? Yeah. But if I was tilting, I think the tilting dynamic has shifted a bit. But so blocking the ace of hearts is blocking a lot of his potential bluffs, I think. And on 9, it's very easy. I think this is a fold anyway, but yeah. But especially with the ace of hearts, it becomes a pretty easy fold. Yeah. Yeah, PLO heads up is probably maybe the game where your recreational opponents would tilt the most. Fixed limit hold'em is also out there. Of course, heads up in general, but PLO heads up I think is the game. Yeah, maybe the most tilting game. Blocking, of course, the queen of hearts, but also the 4 has a bluff. He had 43. I mean, this will be a very ambitious call to make, and I will just fold it. Maybe a turn on which we can have small donks, but yeah, now I'm just gonna of course I'm gonna call the turn, but and again, like 17, let's see if we can have small donks here. Let's see, la 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 la. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do this. To get called by hands that would check back and induce, it's yeah. And yeah, and now that we do that, we have to call. But you know, we if we check and he pots, we're likely supposed to call anyway. But now that we do this, I think we even have more of a call. But him betting, yeah, his pot on the turn looked very confident, and I wasn't too happy about my hand on the turn there. Yeah, exactly. That is what I sort of thought. Yeah, I mean, I could check fold the river. Could check fold the river, but that is, yeah, that is the other. It's like, yeah, maybe check folding the river was better there actually. So yeah, whatever. you know, like having the mini dunk on the river there in that spot could be a cool play. We can do that with a bunch of flushes, not flushes, and even like the straight flush or pocket queens or like super nuts to induce and whatnot, and donk re-raise. So yeah, you can do that, I think, in a balanced way. And then pocket eights seems like a decent hand to do it with, and then yeah, once you do it, yeah, I wasn't happy on the turn. Maybe check fold on the river was the play there actually, or check the side. Gonna go for the check raise, but maybe I should not do that actually. Yeah. I will do it actually. I don't know, I just felt it, but maybe my timing now sucks. Yeah. That is also, of course, the timing always, like, you think this is right, but it may not be right 4 seconds from now. So it's timing is involved always, you know. It sucks. I mean, it sucks. Yeah, it's just part of the game. But I should have potted the turn there, I think. That's what I'm trying to say. I just had a low number and I felt like check raising is a decent option against this guy right now. But yeah, I felt like checking back there actually, but yeah. He's gonna have squash there all the time. At a high number, I thought, okay, I should bet this sometimes. Went with half pot, I don't know. That seems like a bluff catcher with the 6 of spades, right? Could have jack 10, but this seems like sort of a bluff catcher, you know, like 6 of spades there, yeah. For sure. I still have some limps, especially with this kind of mini hand here. It's like not too great to play a 3-bet pot with, I think. Oh, that's a nice river. So I think I should do a bunch of river bluff raises here. I think he's sort of believing me. So I shouldn't forego the bluff raises that I sort of think are GTO at least. And then maybe add some. But again, you know, I shouldn't limp too much now that we're so deep. I mean, it's definitely, I saw in the Monker solver pre-flop sims that I ran for these heads-up games, that the deeper you go, the more you raise. Maybe we're raising like, oh, what is it, 80, early 80s percent.
Can't hold this no more.
Going call 31. I would raise here sometimes with the ace of spades. I will have some slow plays here. I'm just gonna call on 31, but I would raise a bunch. Definitely want to raise this bet a bunch. Actually gonna check it back. That might be actually really bad, but I'm gonna do it, you know. Now I'm gonna bet half pot. Seems like he sort of had air. Maybe he has aces, but again he can just check fold aces on the turn there. We have the ace of spades. We should definitely not. Yeah, I think he had air there. Yeah, we have a pretty good PLO table there, but I've been playing for a very long time now. Thinking if I should quit my session or go into the study session at least. GTO Wizard. Let's see if we can. Yeah. Shall we? Yeah, I'm not reading the chat, by the way. Like I should put the chat here. I see a bunch of comments here. Love your content, warrior. Good luck. I really appreciate those positive comments. I didn't see them, but thank you. Okay, so. Yeah, maybe we can open some more. There's an open no limit hold'em table here that I just sat down at. Because this game, I think this used to be a fish, but there are still two, yeah, can I say fish or recreational? I don't know, like 10 years ago it was like fish, donk, this, and then it changed to recreational at one point. You know, I've been in the game for 20 years, so I saw it change from fish to recreational. I don't know. But let's play some no limit, yeah. Okay. Bottom set here, four-way. I think we're gonna have some checks here at a low number. We can definitely donk out, but I think we're also in GTO. We should probably have some checks with this hand. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna go with this sizing. Good hand to c-bet also, etc. Okay, I'm gonna go half pot here. Could also probably pot it. 3x open raise, could shove it. I don't know if he's like folding or open raising this size all the time. If he is not limping and doing this all the time, then we can shove, but I'm actually gonna call here. This now starts to suck, but he could still have king 9 and we cannot really fold yet, and he seems pretty aggressive. And yeah, I'm gonna check it. Yeah, this absolutely sucks. He could now still have some sort of 2-5, but it really seemed like he had kings, even though he didn't raise pre-flop, but he doesn't have to. Even with these stats, seemingly aggressive stats, he's gonna raise a bunch of kings, but he's also gonna limp a bunch. This just sucks. He is aggressive, and I am going to actually fold my threes here. But it's very dicey, actually, of course, because you know he may be bluffing. But again, it's not a spot where yeah, a lot of recreationals are just outright okay. Now I'm just gonna bluff this card all out like that. You know, it's yeah. I just felt I needed to call there because of potentially king 9. But it was a sucky spot, yeah. It was a risky. I just wanted to protect my hand there. He's gonna limp this. Let's see if he's gonna ISO me a bunch. And I had a low number, but yeah. I should probably still raise on 23 there. 71. Gonna go with this raise size. 92. Okay, we'll also have this bet size. Bad turn, easy check. He could have 10-8 or 10-7 or queen 8. Even bluff shoving is actually a pretty good option, but I hate my timing now. Should we call for the 10-8, the 10-7, the queen 8 here? I mean, is he gonna have the king a bunch of the time? Could shove, could have shoved, but maybe call actually, just because he could still have, like, yeah, queen 8 is gonna be a big part of his bluffing range there. So okay, I think this particular combo I saw is a high frequency open instead of limp. Min 3 bets here, so we can pretty safely assume he's a recreational. So that's good, so that we get a, you know, that we can play another recreational at 1-2. And 1-2 is my higher limit. Like during the challenge, I'm gonna have 2 limits that I play at, and switching back and forth. Right now it's 100 and 200. So let's focus on this. Gonna check it back. I don't want to get blown off my equity here. But yeah, this guy is gonna be tricky to play against, I can already tell. Need to bluff if he checks here. Tempted to bluff, but he's gonna just probably maybe call down too much, but I'm pretty tempted there. It's not the worst bluff shove to make there, I think. I just shied back. I don't know. I shied back. Close, but I will call. And yes, I will have to reload now actually, because he seems to be a recreational. I'm gonna open to 3. Still gonna have limps. I just like to play a limp strategy. I mean, a lot of players are not used to it. If I'm playing a regular and I'm studied with limps, it's gonna be tougher for him. I can gain a little bit of an edge, kind of studied wise. And I see the GTO Wizard AI solver making big open raise sizes, like 3x or more. So I'm gonna go 3x or limp. Can check raise this at 20. 100. Gonna go for the overbet here. Especially on 100, and it's a good overbet anyway. We're doing on a lower number as well, I think. $29. You may think I'm silly that I'm RNGing even against a recreational. It just gives me some sort of grounding or something. Grounding my game, and yeah, I don't know really how to say it, but oh yeah. This is gonna have to be a call bunch of the time. I still block the 9 is still relevant blocker for the queen 9, but this is not fun. Definitely not fun, but he may. I'm just gonna call him actually. Yeah, because I think he's gonna bluff enough there, probably. Yeah, we need to call there a bunch of the time, I think. Okay. Can limp or ISO this. I don't mind ISOing. It's a pretty good hand. Gonna limp this. Let's see how he reacts there. I think he's not ISOing enough. 83. Should have a bunch of raises here anyway. Gonna do it on a high number with this hand, right? That's kind of the turn for us to want to keep on bluffing, even pounding it. Going to do it, you know. I'm gonna just bet, yeah. Of course, if you do that and you hit the combo draw, then you're most of the time just sort of required to keep on barreling. Very low number, 6. And again, like, ooh, this is close. Against him, I'm not gonna... It's a type of hand that you can go for the limp re-raise with if that's in your game, especially against his sizing. But against him, I think also call, and I don't think he's gonna fold enough. Oof. That's gonna be tough. It's gonna start with a call. If he's gonna keep bombing it, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be relatively tough. Okay, I'm gonna go for the half pot c-bet here. Value bet. Yeah, and I just started this challenge, but I still see enough recreationals coming by at these heads-up tables that I think I have a pretty good shot on rising the stakes. And of course I will mix playing recreationals and challenging regulars. But this is truly an erratic rec. If he bets again, it's not great. I'm gonna call, but yeah, you never know with these guys. But it seems like he had an absolutely better hand that he was value betting there. But it's also like a call for information. There's some value there, you know. Nice hitting the fool here. Oof. Yeah, I just don't think that... Yeah, we should bomb it here a bunch of the time. And maybe I will, actually, yeah. I was so hesitant to do that. I think he's gonna call too many any ace, really. So I wanted to give up the turn there. I did it because I think I have to do it in theory. But yeah. Oh man, I really wanted to give up that turn. I just went with it. I should go with my intuition. I just think he, yeah, yeah. I just really wanted to give up the turn there. Of course, we still have like a severe not advantage there with the ace king and whatnot. So we should hitting the, you know, with the queen 10 there, we should absolutely bomb it there a bunch. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then when the king hits, then we're definitely giving up if he's not folding those ace x enough of the time. A marginal c bet, but I think we, yeah. Had a high number, we'll bet again there. Let's see, call this. Yeah, I think he's not punishing my limps enough of the time, so that's why I think I just want to limp this hand. But if he's not punishing my limps, excuse me, and then he's just having a better hand, we're not getting the odds. So if he's not punishing my limps and he's not folding enough to my 3x opens, then I think 6-3 is logical that these crappy hands become limps, I think. We'll open this one though. That's not too bad of a hand. Let's see. I think I'm gonna split sizes here. Gonna use this hand. This is also the first time I'm doing this. It looks very, you know, strong to him. We have a, you know, a hand that has a lot of barreling potential, that can hit a bunch of draws and whatnot. I think I'm, like I said, gonna go small, like 1/3, and a small overbet there for my c-bet strategy there. And I think it's a good hand to overbet with there. Okay, this is a potential. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go big here. We can shove. Shove is great too, actually, but again, like, I'm also thinking about like what I would do if I had the nut flush. I wouldn't shove. I'm trying to pick a size that is sort of good for my overall strategy. And again, like, I should definitely abandon my GTO thinking a bunch. Start playing way more exploitatively against this guy. But still, I'm using the RNG on 2. I think I'm gonna check this. Let's see. I could bet the turn. I can, yeah. Okay, so. But yeah, it sometimes make playing against an erratic recreational where you really have to abandon your could raise there. I had 98, so I was considering raising there. 62, and again I could raise here. I like the raise. Still gonna call though. You know, we shouldn't have a lot of raises in this spot anyway. Hitting the flush. Dicey. Aye. That sucks. This sucks because he's just not gonna bet any worse than a flush anymore, and he just had something on the turn. He's just betting a bigger flush. It's very obvious actually. Even given his timing, man, I'm folding this, but yeah. Marginal hand that we can still play against him. Like I was saying, like playing against a recreational that's pretty erratic and does all kinds of stuff, where you have to abandon your sort of GTO baseline thinking, can be pretty mentally demanding. Like way less of a chill match, let's say, as if you were playing against a much better player or a rag. You just have to become way more creative and deviate much more, and so it becomes much more of mentally demanding. Okay, so he just donked out, right? Okay. Gonna bet it on, but I'm still using the RNG. You know, it's still like you can exploit while using the RNG still. Yeah, this man, echt, yeah. This sucks. I had 59. I'm gonna call this, but oh man, this is horrific. He could have the flush, the jack. He's unlikely to bet like this with the 6. Man, like he's just gonna have a he's just gonna have a jack. Yeah, he's just gonna have that way too often. He's just gonna have it. Yeah. So yeah, I should concentrate. Is what I'm trying to say to myself. Because this is technically more mentally demanding, because I have to deviate so much from what I'm usually thinking about, like what I've seen in solvers and whatnot. I have to really step out of my comfort zone, yeah, let's say. But it's, yeah. I will go for the check raise here, right? I'm still. Let's see, what is the sizing here? Polarized? Yeah, I think so. I think sizing like this is fine. At 76, I think it's a good hand with the. It's yeah. Still using my RNG, right? Like, still have these. Still need to bluff raise against him and all that kind of stuff, and I still want to be somewhat balanced there against him. I need to call that one though. Yeah, okay, so he's betting, okay. He's betting much worse hands, but that's different than the ace-6, because than the ace-6 hand from earlier. The jack-8, that's still like less bad than if you were betting 10-9 on in that ace-6 hand from earlier. So yeah, I think we should absolutely bet this a whole lot here. Also for not to small of a sizing actually. But this is also a pretty tough one, I think. We should definitely bluff this a bunch at a very This is a great hand to bluff because he's more likely to call with a bunch of backdoor flush draws, which we all unblock with that club, you know. And again, I shouldn't be too greedy, you know. Like I think I learned a lot over the years that, you know, greed. Every time I got greedy, it backfired on me, you know. Again, I'm going with 9.2, you know. Ah, man. I'm gonna bomb it. Yeah. A greedy, let's see the sizing here. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Greedy as in, you know, playing against a wild recreational and I need to get his money fast or something like that. You gotta just calmly play my game and just be as calm and grounded or whatever as I would be against a you know, a regular player. Yeah, I saw him betting the Jack 8, and then this becomes still a pretty easy call. Yeah. Maybe the Ace 6 was. It was again different situation, but I think this was an easy call now that we know more about him. And again, very marginal hands like this that I would otherwise fold now definitely become profitable. And again, crap hand. He's not really punishing my limps especially with the min raise, like crap hands. We probably just want to limp. But this is very interesting, you know. Like studying these GTO sims all the time, and then you're playing a player like this. I'm not saying it all goes out of the window, but. You just have to step so much out of that realm, if you will, that it becomes very interesting. Right? We should have, for instance, like 4-bet bluffs here. Like, are we still doing that? You know, like it becomes difficult. Like, should we still 4-bet bluff with these types of hands? You know, this spot where I should not have raises, for instance. I think technically, gonna go with the half pot. $29. Just came to mind. This sizing came to mind. Yeah. Sizing that he would call an ace with very comfortably and maybe a king. Like I said, the king 9, like it's a spot where I normally shouldn't have any raises, but we may want to reconsider against a recreational. Sometimes we may do a strategy like a flop raise there that we wouldn't do against. Let's see. You know, in GTO. Yeah, this is too little bit very marginal, very close also, but you know, the ace 4, it's like it sucks. Still 3-betting a lot though, you know, it's 3-betting, what is it, 35% of the time like that, so it becomes pretty close. And again, like, see, like this. Yeah, I shouldn't talk too much, but this is a combo that that I see the solver raise a lot pre-flop. Even though against him we may want to limp because he's not punishing us too much, he's 3-betting us a lot. So you know, a recreational may play, you know, a quote-unquote strategy that is makes you want to do things that are so far off from what you see in GTO Wizard. But like I said, it becomes a much more difficult game. You know, to try to play optimally. Yeah, maybe I should go health ball. Health ball. I was just, yeah. Health ball is better there, I think. Let's see here. 60 is gonna collect that a lot. Definitely bet. I'm thinking the sizing. I think we're just betting health pot, I think. Yeah, here we're just polarizing pot or fold, right? Like we were betting with a bunch of draws. I think so. Like I said, I'm not super studied in PLO, but it seems to me that we're supposed to polarize this spot. But again, I might be wrong. I might be wrong. He's just gonna fold his fucking his pocket aces there all the time, and we sort of misvalue that if we compared to if we you know, bet smaller. And again, given the, yeah, I think it's fine. And again, like this is a hand that in GTO, which, nah, yeah, because he's this is, yeah, never mind. That may be a strong, like he's not doing that raise size too often, so it may be strength, but again, maybe not. Like you just don't know. And again, like this is a GTO Wizard is limping this a lot, but he's not punishing me too much. I'm gonna open, just gonna open this hand that you know, performs pretty well in position. Could potentially start bluffing this, but you know, we can. Okay, well, 28. Okay. All right. Gonna go half pot c-bet against this recreational. Yeah, I had a very high number. I will, like I said, like I will want to ISO a bunch here. But again, it's probably a bad idea against him, you know. I probably just want to be super exploitable myself, I want to say. You know, by only raising good hands there, because he's just not gonna anyway. Oh, that's a good card for him. That's still gonna be a pretty easy check here now, regardless. Okay, 54 like that. Him also over value betting, so I'm gonna fold this. It's pretty easy fold actually. Even though he's, you know, he's still gonna have a bunch of bluffs there. I think we'll see. Hitting the double gutter here. Yeah, tempted to just start bluffing here, but again, you know, it's, yeah. I think, yeah. I think if he was betting with a pair there, he's gonna bet the turn a lot still, and then if he's checking the turn, he's gonna have a bunch of give ups. This is a pretty easy raise. Let's see the raise size, 6.7 here. That's pretty good. Let's see. I'm gonna go 11.2. Seems fine. Those are some pretty good outruns. Very, very easy shove. You know. You know, he's been betting, quote unquote, value betting a bunch of pairs, so maybe even a check on the river was okay there for him to bluff his missed draws and then also bet his 5 or 4s. That might have been a crazy exploitive adjustment, but other than that, usually we just want to value shove the river there. Yeah. So yeah, this is, yeah, especially if you exploit to the max. This is such a profitable spot. Even on 1-2, where the rake is still high. It's yeah, it's a good one. So if I would get these all the time, then I think I would rise up the stakes pretty fast. Of course, I'm not gonna get these all the time. Yeah, okay. Again, it's a spot where in GTO the sizing is gonna be overbet or a check there, but again, exploitively the sizing may be better to go smaller there. Seem to have a little bit of a hard time there, you know, adjusting exploitively to the max. I still seem to, right? I overbet there, even though I probably want to bet smaller there to get those calls from the 10s and the 8s, even though with an overbet it looks strong. He's just gonna fold those, etc., etc. You know, but I think it's okay. But I'm already adjusting pre-flop, you know, because his pre-flop game differs just way too much from GTO. So. Alright, easy call to the 1 big blind. He's probably okay. Okay, so he's definitely weirdly betting all kinds of showdownable hands on the river that he should check with. Let's see, is this even, this might actually be an opening with against this big blind. And gonna min bet this, but it's very, very close, you know. Yeah, that backfired. Right, he's just ISOing me for min raise, so I should really try to limp my grab hands. It doesn't cost much. Like any hand, I shouldn't fold any hand. And meanwhile, I see cards for fun playing at 1,000 2000 no limit against pencil arms, recording on my other screen, so having a good time here. And that Cars for Fun guy, man, he's been playing. It seems like he's been playing for 24 hours or so. It's fucking crazy. I don't know if he even slept. Like, I slept and he was still playing. Like, seriously, like, this guy's been playing so much lately. And with all due respect, I think also losing a lot to Pencil Arms and Kennedy P at freaking 1000, 2000. So it's pretty nuts. I'm gonna open against players that are probably gonna be too tight. This guy, like, not 3-betting enough. Obviously very marginal, should probably be a fold. But, you know, it's a hand that it's not too bad multi-way as well. And I think people are not gonna punish me enough, etc, etc. So it's a very, very thin open this, obviously. If it's freaking under the gun and 7 max, it should probably be a fold, you know. Man, even this hand probably becomes playable against this guy. It's usually, obviously, would just be a fold. So pre-flop I'm now playing highly exploitable because I'm playing this guy. Let's see, I will go for the bluff here. I think he may be too tilted there. King 7, I'm still gonna go for it. You know, there's, yeah, this sucked, I suck. He did have the ace, but he may be calling with a King 8, King 7, fold the 6x, fold the 9x. I went for it, but that was, yeah, at least now he saw me bluffing, you know. Had a high number, still gonna ISO him here. He's not responding to my ISO, should probably not do it. Should have probably not ISO'd the 9-7 there. I should do it way more linearly and not. But the thing is, okay, so he's limp calling 10s there. That's interesting. But like I said, these guys are tough to play against in a way, you know. Yeah. Okay, so those weren't the best last few hands of my career, at least. But that's fine. It's also have a little bit of, yeah, I mean, if I'm playing a guy I shouldn't bluff against, just a little bit of bluffing here and there still keeps him that guy that you shouldn't bluff against, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Like, even at a very, very low frequency. You know what I mean? Okay, so... But I should play more exploitatively. I should really play more exploitatively. Right, I would bet this turn a lot. Now I'm just gonna wait for the river. And otherwise jack fold. But I should have, you know, earlier in the match also. Like, I'm with these guys and trying to, you know, the first hand, I'm starting from a sort of GTO balanced baseline, and then during the heads-up match, I become more and more exploitative. Like right now, I'm already way more exploitive than 25 hands ago or something. You know, just becoming more and more exploitative. While still, you know, while still thinking about balance. Right, I should probably go on half pot there. But I just think, yeah, I think I also want to have bigger bets in my game. That's the thing. And then, yeah, for instance, I have a hard time. Let's say I have two sizes there, half pot and 75%. I have a hard time, even though it might be, you know, the highest EV, to, for instance, only bluff for 75% and only value bet for that 50%. You know, that might be just the highest EV strategy. And yeah, I just somehow I have a hard. Maybe eventually I can do it. Like I just I don't know. I have a little bit of a hard time with it. I was thinking about donking there, the flop. Gonna go for the value bet now. Okay, so the 7 max game here became very rag heavy. So I'm gonna again, like, you know, yeah, it's okay. Okay, so this is a spot where I should have donks on this flop, I'm pretty sure. I had 44. How often should I do it? I'm gonna do it actually. I should have a bunch of donks on this flop. You know, it folds out his pocket aces that he would otherwise just check back. So that's actually not a bad thing, etc., etc. And it's just a flop on which I should have a bunch of donks, I think. But again, the recreational here is sitting out, and I'm not gonna play in a very high-rigged game against a bunch of rags that might even be colluding. I don't know. Gonna check back this queen high, even though this is a flop. I think we should like range bet or nearly range bet. Probably range bet against this guy. But I check back the sort of the hand, one of the hands that is against 3x, which is gonna fold this. The queen 7 there was still like one of the hands that is gonna check back the most, if you will. And again, like, still gonna split my sizes like I said much earlier. Still gonna have overbet or small bet here. This is definitely this type of board that you want to have overbets, right? So I'm still going to do it, especially with the queen 8. I'm still going to keep that balance in my game while really trying to exploit more and more. That's basically the game plan for me. But it's definitely like always that yeah, I will ISO. ISOing with this hand isn't even that bad. He's not he's not falling to my ISO, so again, like, it's not that bad with the king 7, you know. It's still, it's not the greatest hand. I better ISO with the I don't know. Yeah, gonna make the min value bet here to get called by, but again, like, I'm gonna call him. I also have 57. I'm doing this with pretty much king X primarily. And again, like even though he's gonna have a bunch of ace-x and 8x here, need to call him down. At least I cannot pure fold here if my, yeah, you know, I cannot pure fold there. I cannot fold like 100% of the time here. That's something that I, by the way, is he ISOing me 100%? I think he's ISOing me 100%. I should have probably limp re-raised this. Come to think about it, you know, I'm talking too much. I should pay attention of these things. I think he's ISOing me like all the time. This stinks though. You know, like, yeah, I'm gonna call him. I'm blocking all of these. There's so many straight draws, and he's betting this, so I think that's a good call. But again, like, I think he's ISOing me like all the time now, so I should definitely now have limp re-raises, right? So actually gonna exploitatively shove this. He was earlier. He was you know, calling me with the king 7 to a shove. Again, may not be the right move. So like I say, the game is just becoming more difficult, and I'm making more mistakes. I'm probably making more mistakes because I'm out of the territory that I'm finding myself usually in. Like maybe the 3-bet is better anyway, you know, and it's, well, that sucks. Because I cannot call it. He might have a better, yeah. It's close though. But tens was still, like, I wouldn't do that with kings, right? Tens was still a decent hand there to go for the shove with. Ace queen off, maybe ace king off. I wouldn't do that with premiums. But again, like, if he may be completely overcalling me there. Too difficult here. Close though. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the ISO shove actually. Okay, so he's not punishing my limbs all the time. If he's ISOing me a lot, I think ISO shove is a pretty good play with this hand. Ah, what is this? Did he? This sucks. I don't like calling this particular hand, no. I don't like calling this particular hand. You can have a 6, a 7, a 10, an ace. Name it, so. And then, sure, there's some bluffs, but a lot of them I block. So. Could even raise this exploitatively, but again, it's very far from standard. Gonna go for the min bet. Would have that in my strategy anyway. But I should maybe talk a little less so I can play better. I think it, yeah, I think it may hurt my game at least a little bit, but that's okay. Especially if I need to step out of, you know, my comfort zone like this. Should probably focus and talk a little less. I'm gonna go for the exploitative 3-bet here. I think I would do this strategy. Do this, I think. Okay. I feel again, like if I'm doing this with pocket kings, I think this is a pretty good hand to do that with as well. Gonna go for the limp shove. Okay, I'm not gonna call his shove actually, because ace deuce is not good, not good enough. Yeah, we still got king high here, you know. Oh man, that's. I'm gonna fold it. Okay, so I was wrong about that. He's like he's not. He's definitely like if I how do you say ISOing my limbs a lot, but not pure. Again, like I'm gonna have shoves in my game. I think he's just overcalling, like king 9. Obviously, he shouldn't call there. So nice. So yeah, that's what I was trying with the tens earlier. You know, he's just gonna have, yeah, okay. This is probably his last money, probably tilting. So he's definitely, he has been folding to my river raises a lot. So I don't think bluffing is. He might be the recreational that is just believing on the river all the time, which is not even too bad. And you know, bluff raising rivers might actually be should be part of my strategy against him. But you know, that's the thing. Like against a recreational that is super far from GTO, is erratic, quote unquote. We just start out closer to our baseline game and just expand and expand until we fully grasp him and until we find until we find our best response strategy ultimately. We just keep on deviating and deviating more from our baseline is what I think I'm doing. Okay, checking the ace. That's interesting. You know, that's why sometimes he's value betting like a 9 there, and then checking the ace. It's just, yeah. Okay, this was one of the first times that he's folding to my ISO. I made a little bit bigger, but okay, so he can be folding to my ISO. I shouldn't probably even limp that much, you know. I'm gonna go a little bit out of the border here. I wanna have some overbets here. It's actually not so good, I think, what I did there. I just had a very, very high number. I think I want to have overbets. I'm just going to put that hand in there. I don't think it's that great. And yeah. Especially if he has the queen, he's just not going to fold. So I think that was pretty not so great. C-betting there with that hand is fine, but overbet is If I had a high number, maybe go for like 75% is better, you know. I don't know. And again, like this is a, I will split between this sizing and overbet on this board, which I think is a good strategy anyway. I will just fold here, especially if he's still, yeah. But it's, yeah, it's dicey against this guy. Okay, okay. Could have c-bet that actually, but just thought that maybe he. Yeah, so his game becomes just more and more clear. Definitely, you know, too passive, not bluffing enough. You know, he wasn't check raising that flop enough, so I was just gonna pure bet I should pure bet my Jack 9 there earlier, etc. So yeah, like I'm c-betting more. Like this is a hand that I would check a bunch. No, he's just not gonna check raise the flop enough, and that kind of stuff. Okay, interesting. Slow playing or checking the flush there on the river. Yeah, it was just like high number. I think I should have some bluffs there. I want to bet my small ace X's there. Went for it. Didn't work out. So I'm still applying a little bit balance to my game, but more and more exploitive over time. Just more and more exploitive, really towards the point of, you know, max exploitation against his strategy. Yeah, he seems to definitely not be bluffing enough. He's not punishing my ISOs enough, so I'm going to limit it to 3. I'm gonna 3-bet very linearly. I could 3-bet this actually, but yeah, I'm gonna 3-bet this. He's still falling to my 3-bets. I had a high number, and again, it's hands a hand that I should 3-bet with anyway, so I went for it. But I should do, yeah, 3-bet more linearly if he's calling my 3-bets. Too often. I'm still gonna just call with the deuce 4, even though he's probably doing this with like 6 queen. Alright, if he's just, yeah, it becomes actually close against him, but of course it should be a call, I think. Alright, so okay. very, very, very freaking close. Actually, it's a very marginal hand. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. If he's over c-betting, we call there. If he's doing it right, I think we fold there. Yeah. So that may have been a mistake calling that actually. I just want this in my strategy. I think he's folding too much to my overbet. But I had a very high number. And again, I have a hard time doing this size with bluffs and only value bets for a smaller size. Somehow I cannot do it. I don't know. I just want some... If I'm using that sizing, I want some value in it. I just want some value in it. And I had a high number and went for it. But I should probably exploitatively gone. Probably the highest EV sizing seriously just was 75% or something. Okay, so he didn't raise, so that's very important also. Then my block strategy there becomes very important, you know. Okay, well, definitely going to... Yeah, he's definitely folding to my raises a lot. I should definitely start bluffing a bunch. Decently folding to my 3-bets. Okay, well, he's probably slow playing actually. But I'm happily calling down small bets with the 7. If he checks, I shoot. It comes close if he checks. Yeah, now it's an easy call, but he's probably slow playing. Yeah, exactly that. Good for him. Okay, so he's 3-betting small with these types of stuff. Okay. Kijk hoor, 75, 45. Ah. Maybe bet smaller there again. What am I doing, man? I should have bet smaller there. Or check, but I don't think he's bluffing enough. I think value betting there probably is better. Like make him call down with ace highs and king high flush draws and whatnot. But I think betting smaller was better there. Yeah, he's folding a lot to my 3-bets. That's why I went for the 3-bet with the 4s. With his stuff, yeah, he's betting like, okay, he can have Jack X, maybe 6X, Ace X. I'm blocking a lot of his freaking floats. Tough. Will he call with... Nah, I'm gonna fold this, but this becomes close because... Okay. This kind of sucks too, but he could have anything. I think he's gonna have too many draws that he... Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, that's okay. So he's the one that wants to check raise his freaking, and I went for it because he's always betting his pairs, right? And maybe now he has some sort of king high or something that he's not betting. I don't know. I went for it, but yeah, he's definitely check raising a bunch of hands on the river. Yeah, he's always folding the turn here. I'm almost checking back, but you know, technically I shouldn't really check back that at least as much. But it seems like he's becoming pretty predictable actually. Close to actually a min bet there, but maybe I should have gone for it to fold out that hand. Actually, yeah, I regret checking there now. I regret it. I regret checking there. I think he's yeah, I regret that. Yeah, I definitely regret that. It's why, you know, I like against these guys where I'm getting out of my comfort zone, where I have to play so much differently and think so much differently than I'm used to. I will make more mistakes, you know. I will. 80, I'm gonna call him down sometimes here, you know. On 80 high number, I'm just gonna call down. We want the information as well. Yeah, cannot fold pure there to that in that situation. So of course I will fold there a bunch as well, a lot, I think. They still take the showdown value. he's not. And often these games also tend to change throughout the match, making it even more difficult. You know, like before it seems like it was punishing, like ISOing me a lot, and now not. So big bet, huh? Very close, actually. You know, he may still have a lot of ace X there, but you know, if he's folding to my river raises a lot, right, and then only calling or worse with a better 8 or better, then I think we should want to call. But if it was a half pot size, of course, it's an easy raise. Okay, so he bluffed the deuce 3 there, and like I think he floated with the worst hand he could float with there earlier. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, now I will have to definitely bet this, you know, like earlier the queen 6, I should have definitely bet the queen 6. So like I said, I really regret that. I thought I'd take the showdown value. I think I could have, and I could have, I could have worse, but that's why I regret it there. I think in that situation where he checks the river like that, you know, he's very likely to fold. I will raise for value these spots. We'll just go with the normal sizing here. Go with a small c-betting strategy, high frequency. Oh, sorry, I only noticed now that I may have that I'm showing 2 tables at the same time. I'm sorry about that. That's that is probably not so great. Sorry, I'm new with this. I guess when I close a table like this one gets etc. So. Okay, I should have considered check raising this actually. I was talking. I should have considered check raising that. That really seemed like an ace X that he would. I should have check raised that queen. I shouldn't talk too much, you know. I'm trying to learn streaming, you know, but I shouldn't talk. I think I talk too much. I should have check raised the queen, the queen 3 there. Okay, then. Okay. Let's see what he has now. Yeah, alright. Gonna have some checks actually, but again, then this becomes very tough. Then this becomes very tough. Yeah, but I think he's betting too much that I still want to call with the queen 4, even though it was very marginal. Could 3-bet this actually. I wouldn't mind this. He's been folding a lot to my 3-bets as well. Of course, we shouldn't technically 3-bet that much, a little bit, but not pure by any means. Yeah, I also have some checks here. like I said, it's yeah. If he's, it's actually pretty good against if he's betting the turn like this too much. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to bluff him on the river a bunch. That's the thing. Against him. Bluffing the river. Betting, raising. I will dunk this a lot anyway, so I don't mind doing it with the king high as well. And also sort of stopping him from betting again, making it tough for me. But I guess that's not really the great thinking, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I should check this. I should check that. Okay. It's very tough. Like I said, I should raise this a lot. I'm gonna fold now, but I was first thinking about calling, and then way too late I was thinking about bluffing raising, which is actually probably better, much better than calling to bluff raise there. But I only thought of that, when my time bank started. So I thought, oh man, my timing now sucks. So that went a little wrong. But I should find those bluff raises without being, without starting to become obvious or something like that. Yeah, and sevens was actually a pretty good. Although I'm representing a flush, and I'm not. Okay, like he's not opening to 3x that much. Maybe he has a stronger hand. So I'm actually calling the king jack is not that bad. You know. Definitely could have 3-bet that. It's gonna fold this, I don't know. So he's not. Okay. Yeah, because he's not punishing my C bets. Yeah. I will have overbets in my game. I'm still gonna do it. Like, especially unblocking the flush draw. Still gonna overbet this hand. I will fold one hand actually also to show that I'm folding, I guess. It's very close anyway, even against him. So. Oh, wow. He's calling this on the flop, huh? Wow. Should we go for the exploitative shove? I think so. Maybe he calls again with the king 9, you know. Oh, damn it. I'm lowering my desk here, so let's see. I'm not going for exploitative shove, even though I might have considered it if I wasn't lowering my desk. And I just bumped my head at the lowering desk. That's what you heard. I was standing a lot. I got tired. Yeah, should I have donks on this flop? Like, that's the question. Like, it's probably close. I could have, probably should have a little bit of donks there on this flop. I'm gonna call in, but it sucks. Like, you know. Yeah, I mean, if he's, oh man, I'm not laughing at him. Actually, I don't wanna. I'm not. It's just the hand that he wants to check back. Okay. Let's see. Oh, should I go for it? So difficult. Oh man, what am I doing? Oh man, that was a great value bet. Okay, so now he's really completely. Yeah, this guy is pretty easy. Again, like I had 97. I should 3-bet this sometimes, but I'm gonna go more linearly against him. He's not punishing me enough. Gonna go for the check raise. I think it's a pretty good hand to do it with anyway. I think he's betting here a lot. Maybe we should go bigger actually. Let's see. He may still call with the 9x there, and okay, maybe I should go smaller. First I wanted to go 8.8 or something, right? Like I should go with my first thought next time, but I like the check raise at least. It was probably just, yeah, I should have gone smaller. Again, I was thinking more theory, like, oh, I should polarize there, but I should think more exploitatively. Okay, I should just go smaller because he's just gonna call with all kinds of draws. That was the thinking, you know. I was thinking bad there, you know. That was the thinking. Should have gone smaller, 8.8 or something. Then I changed my mind, went with quote-unquote theory, you know. So yeah, I'm having trouble sometimes adjusting for, you know, of course you see me playing exploitatively, but, you know. But I'm, yeah, just sometimes struggling completely abandoning it, completely abandoning theory and balance play, you know. Struggling completely abandoning it, sorry. Abandoning. I'm from Holland, by the way. Yeah, so are we playing the shoving game or... no, not yet? Okay. Yeah, I will limp this. Make him ISO or shove. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, I will still shove this, but you know, if he's calling with better king X all the time, you know. Yeah. Okay, split pot. I guess I deserve that. Could go over the ISO, but you know, like a polarized type ISO, but I don't know. Go over the min bet with this hand, like I have that in my strategy anyway with this hand. I think I'm still going with this. Yeah. Really? Okay. I thought he would not have much aces in his range there. And that he would shove them pre-flop, but you know, again, like it's sometimes hard to put these guys on ranges, you know. Yeah, there's no real value there. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I want to just go with, because I can still call a shove. I just like to sort of, because if he calls with the king deuce off, like we're flipping. Otherwise, we can have post flop play where we can exploit and whatnot. So I like just to do that. Okay, I think we're gonna have this kind of c-bet, and again, like he's not check raising me often enough, so I'm just value betting my 8, even though I would check back that so much on the flop. Oh, that sucks. And it seems so confident. I don't know, man. Like, that seems so... I don't know. I don't know about that. That may have been pretty weak, but... And again, like, he's not check raising me on the flop too often. He's gonna bet way more on the flop than I otherwise would, that's for sure. Oh, this is very, very close to a value bet. He's just value betting too many, but he's also, like, if he shoves, like, he's also... Yeah, he's value betting, like, way too many hands on the river. So we just try to get called by a 5 or a deuce or an ace high. And so, yeah. Super thin value bet, exploitive. I would not value bet this. Otherwise, yeah. But I think he's folding. Yeah, he's folding, definitely folding the river. Like I haven't even bluff raised him on the river, even though I had some chances. So that's probably some stuff that I missed there. Like the sevens from earlier, if you remember. But he himself is also not bluff raising often enough. So I will just value bet the 8 here and expect to get called by 6 or 5 often enough. Could have gone for the min bet, maybe better actually. 30, we'll actually open raise this. Yeah, I will on 97. I will want to have raises here on 97, and this is a pretty good hand to raise. I will, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna value shove this, getting called by a better, I mean, by a worse queen. Could go again, like could go smaller there, you know. But and again, like I will just ISO this. Let's see. Do we just raise this? You can call a shove. Let's check this back. Cannot help myself. Okay. I would have had to bluff the river there, I think. Yeah, I think he's gonna ISO me a bunch here. Wrong. So I was gonna limp call or limp shove there. Perhaps he's doing this with a relatively strong range, actually. You know. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, let's do it. That was very lucky on my part, but again, like... Yeah. I should probably check back, but I had a high number. I should bet that flop a bunch anyway, so it's fine betting there, I think. And he's not check raising me that much. And if he's check raising, he seems to be shoving there, so I think betting was fine. Wow. So he's not shoving the ace-5, but I mean, Okay. Yeah, like the... Okay, well that was lucky, but like the... How do you say? Like the small race, like his small races is very nuttish, and now he leaves. But that was lucky for us. Okay, well... Definitely gonna quit playing now because we've been streaming for 3.5 hours or so. And yeah, thank you all so much for the viewership and also the nice comments. What I'm going to do is dive into GTO Wizard to sorry, I need to go to my display capture, right? Dive into GTO Wizard and analyze some hands. Because I just want to make that a habit for my streams. And, you know, for my sessions anyway, like nowadays I'm not playing poker sessions anymore if I'm not streaming, but it's a very great habit to have anyway, to always analyze the hands you want to analyze after every session, even, you know, right after or the day after or an hour after, it doesn't matter, but it's just like, you know. So let's see, let's just do that. First of all, I think we had a pretty good day, and again, games were, we had some pretty good games going on, especially that last one. It took a while, and that's, you know, good for him. Like that recreationals get a lot of playing time, and I'm getting a lot of streaming time. I really don't mind. Like I said, I'm not a poker pro anymore, where I'm just want as much money as fast as possible, obviously. So I don't mind having him have a lot of playing time like that and that kind of stuff. But let's take a look at the results for today. Yeah, so 400 something. We saw here, we started out, if we can zoom in here, I don't know, can we zoom? Oh, now I definitely messed it up. How do I go back? I don't know how to go back. Anyway, yeah, so we started out, okay, this. We started out pretty good, and then we had a very, very bad run where I started getting pretty tilted here. And I said, like, I'm just gonna keep playing and train my mental game by staying vigilant or strong. And then I started running good again, and then I lost my tilt, right? I lost my tilt and became... I wasn't tilting, but I felt internally I had to definitely process the rising anger, frustration, whatever you want to call it. But I think I stayed strong here. I think I did pretty well, actually, with my mental game here, where I recovered into pretty smooth sailing session. So that's nice. I mean, let's dive into GTO Wizard and see if there are any hands that we badly want to analyze for no limit. I wish I had something like a GTO Wizard AI for PLO though, because of course we played more PLO and that kind of stuff. So of course we played we played a lot against the recreational, right? Like this was the hand that that I wasn't so happy about. 3-bet the queen 10 of hearts. Make my small c-bet on this board. It's against a very large calling range. I can probably do pure. And then this, we should bomb this a bunch with our nut advantage. But I wasn't happy doing it. Did it anyway. Got punished. So let's at least just dive into GTO Wizard to see if I indeed should bomb that turn like I think I should a bunch. Or you know, to what extent it's mixing and all of that. So let's go to the pre-flop. It's so beautiful that they have this nowadays. The pre-flop heads up. I love that. You know, I'm using that a lot for my videos, for my GTO daily dose videos and stuff. So I get to learn a lot about pre-flop, seeing lines and Asian flushy play. Of course, they have no limping strategies, but it's still like it's really awesome to. It's such an awesome tool. Let's see. It's gonna be 96.3, 96.5, 0.2. Was he limping? Is it the same guy from earlier? Yeah. So he was min raising, but he also had limps. Okay, so he was limping and then with min raises. Okay, so nowadays we can actually. Let's first do GTO and then do this here, right? The GTO fish type thing. Okay. I always do 3.6 because of the rake back or something, and a 1 BB cap is fine. So let's just go with this and first do the GTO. Okay, so his, and again, like this is not to be compared to his freaking strategy. So yeah, let's see if I'm at least right about that. In GTO we should bump with that hand a bunch. Okay, so I 3-bet to 11.3. He called going to that ace of spades, 4 diamonds flop. We went for the 4.2. 4.2, king of hearts. Meanwhile, cards for fun is still playing pencil arms on 1000, 2000. I swear to God, like 24 hours ago, he was playing also against Kennedy P. I went to sleep. When I woke up, he was still playing. Like, when did that guy sleep? Is he seriously playing for 24 hours? It's freaking crazy. Okay, so yeah. So it's a high frequency c-bet, including with my spot against pure GTO, but like I said, against the wide calling range, it's probably closer to pure. King of hearts, again, we should still have that nut advantage with the pocket kings, the ace king, so we should probably have a very polarizing strategy, which we do have 100% for the solver. These gut shots are betting pure. So that's what I was struggling with. Like, I really didn't feel like betting. I just didn't have a good feeling about it. And let's try this out, okay? So yeah, we should bomb the turn in pure GTO. And I haven't even tried this out yet, okay? So the small blind in position, that's him. Let's see, calling station, passive and sticky. Fish, likes to donk bet, prefer calling over raises. Passive and sticky. Likes to donk bet, prefers calling over raising. Let's go with fish. This is very cool though. Like this is like by far the best GTO tool for no limit out there, GTO Wizard. And yeah, nothing comes really close, I think. And for cash games, you know, I don't know, GTO Lab, it's pretty good maybe, but anyway. Okay, so is this also taking into account post flop as my question? I don't know, but let's do it again. Yeah, I think he's raising much more often. So let's go also with the pre-flop, right? Okay, so he's limping and min raising. We note lock that he's doing 78% min raising or something. What was it? With a little bit of limping. Something like that, right? Maybe a little bit less. Yeah, okay. So lock all hands. Apply. Apply, apply, apply. Oh, a lock previous, don't lock previous nodes. Lock previous nodes. And don't lock, I guess, I don't know. There was no previous nodes, I think, even, so. Okay, so yeah, so we already see my response to. And I don't know if the pre-flop is also taking into account for the post-flop fishiness of his play. But anyway, Queen 10 of Hearts should be mixing, high frequency 3-bet. That was all good. Okay, so let's just go with this. Ace of spades, 4 of spades. Okay, so GTO Wizard should now take into account that he's a fish. And then, wow, yeah, okay. Maybe I'm a fish, okay, yeah. So now we're not c-betting anymore. Not as much. And my Queen of 10 of Hearts, I guess, yeah, becomes a bad c-bet. You see, like, I struggle. Of course, I started playing more and more exploitatively, you know, but against a true calling station. And this may be, you know, which he probably is, against a small bet like that. This may actually be pretty reasonable for him, you know, like he was calling too often. I think my c-bet was in fact not terrible. It wasn't. Yeah, I think check may actually be exploitatively. Yeah, we see that here. So that is one thing. That my Queen 10 of Hearts c-bet against this guy. That was obviously calling station. Is not that great. But was he calling this much? Yeah, sometimes he was making terrible calls on the flop. So maybe, you know, let's just. So yeah, I didn't play this guy optimally all the way, you know. Yeah, and then also here indeed, yeah, you see, like I struggle with let's see, what did I bet? Sizing 24.6. So that's very close at least to what the solver chooses at least. But we're still polarizing, but yeah, and I guess my intuition was right. It's pretty close, but I think my bet was really bad. You see how much it changes, how fluid those strategies are. You know, like GTO is nothing, you could say, you know. My channel is called GTO Warrior, right? But the idea is that we know GTO, that we're playing from a certain baseline, and that we're a warrior about, you know, also being able to step out of it and, you know, completely dominate exploitively, right? Like, that's the idea, is not to play GTO, not to be a warrior, play GTO, but to know GTO, have it as a baseline, and you know, the more information you get about your opponent, the more and more you deviate from it and try to exploit it in the best way. And it seems that I wasn't really doing that in this match. I won, and I also ran well. I don't think I played this guy optimally, and my intuition was right, not betting the turn. I was struggling with my GTO studies, right? Because I know and I did that in more spots in the last match. You know, like I have my, you know, because I played a lot of poker, and I was mostly a poker pro before the solver came out, where I was, you know, obviously not, where I didn't have any GTO studies, and where I was also playing, with my own mind and exploitatively. I played a lot of heads up also like 10 years ago, before the solver came out, and played a lot of fish, and then I think I may have been more optimally exploiting them back then, actually. Because I don't think I did a great job exploiting him maximally. I got to be very honest here. This is just one example. And there is definitely, I remember more examples of this, where I had this intuition, and then oh no, but, you know, like with the, if you remember, like where I was check raising the full house with the 6-8 and a 9 on the turn, he bet. I was like, okay, my intuition said, okay, I want to raise smallish here, 8.8, 8.5 or something like that. So he can, the idea is so he can, you know, floats all his draws. Like he makes a lot of erroneous floats with draws. But then I thought that, and I was, oh no, but I should be polarizing here if I raise here. And so I should raise bigger, you know. And I did. And okay, you get more value from 9x. But it also looks scarier for me. He's going to just fold his draws. And I think exploitatively it's probably better to raise small there. And just discard, abandon theory there for a while. And just raise smaller there so he can call all his draws. And he was calling draws, like very, very bad draws, all the time on the turn. So that was one example where I was having intuition, like check raise small here. Maybe that was like my brain from 10 years ago, and then, oh no, like my, how do you say? Yeah, like somehow that got overridden by what I learned in those GTO studies. Like I should have a polarizing raise size there. And raise bigger, or at least raise bigger there, you know, the GTO raise size is bigger there. So I did, and he folded, you know, even though he may have called otherwise with a weak draw. So that was that hand. And now this hand with the Queen 10 of hearts that we're looking at right now. Same thing. Okay, well, the flop c-bet was bad again. Like I stayed way too close to, okay, well, you know, I should c-bet this high frequency in GTO, right? And we do. You know, I probably also had the number there that a high number that I just went for the c-bet here. But then on the turn, I didn't feel good about betting. That was my intuition, and I should have listened to it. We see here against, here. We see here against the calling station. We're checking like 98% of the time, and our hand, even though it's pretty close to betting, right, it wasn't terrible. But we had to give up the river, you know. We're better off betting higher equity draws like flush draws, apparently, right here. Jack 10 of hearts, though, is betting a lot. Okay. So it was close. It was close anyway. Didn't have a good feeling about it. Then I thought about my GTO studies. Okay, in GTO I see the solver bombs this. I did, and it worked. It didn't work out. So I should definitely work on that. I'm gonna stop the stream now without rambling too much. I'm gonna do some PLO studies on Monker Solver on my own. I have a lot to learn in PLO as well. But I should definitely work, and that's on exploiting recreationals optimally. And that's a very difficult part of poker. You can have your GTO studies, but every fish is different. Every recreational is different, plays differently, and we saw that sometimes they also changed. During the session, they change their game during the session sometimes. It can be very difficult to try to find the optimal exploitative play against a specific fish. Heads up, and anyway, so I can definitely work on that to think more freely and be more aggressively exploiting these recreationals. Something I gotta work on, and I should work on my PLO game. I should keep on studying anyway. Making these GTO Warrior videos definitely help. These GTO analysis videos, GTO Daily Dose. Even though I'm only playing on Sundays now, streaming, I still, improve my poker play with making these videos, so that's great. But I should work on that. Well, I'm gonna shut off the stream now. It was a long one. And, yeah, thank you all so much for watching and the nice comments. Of course, I'm starting very small, very low viewership, and I'm a beginner streamer. So I appreciate anyway if you're still watching, and hope to see you next.